Mic check. Mic check. Garth, can you hear me in the heat box? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the US Championships and World Tour qualifiers. At this time, we'd like to ask you to please rise for our national anthem. Today, our anthem will be played by Tina Zhang, 7 years old, from the Oval Figure Skating Club.
Thank you to Tina for playing the national anthem. For our first race, we have the Group A Women 1,000-meter quarterfinal. That's starting at 11:05.
Look through it.
Stepping onto the ice now is Corin the Big Dog Stoddard, Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, Eliza Roadhamel, and Samantha Scheffler. In this Group A's women's 1,000-meter quarterfinal, the top 3 skaters plus 1 will be going on. There are 3 heats.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. 9 laps to go for all 4 women on the ice right now. The 1,000-meter is definitely a medium distance, with the 500 being the fastest and the 1,500 being the slowest. With 8 laps to go, Samantha Scheffler is in first, followed by Corin Stoddard, Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, and Eliza Rodermel. Lap time still sitting in the high 10s as they come around with 6 laps to go. The ladies know that the top 3 are moving on. So if anything, it's up to them to try and speed up the pace, but not too early to gas yourself out. Right now, all 3 skaters seem to be very comfortable sitting behind Samantha Scheffler with 4 laps to go, bringing us to halfway in this 1,000-meter race. Lap times have been dropped down steadily into the low 10s. And there is movement on the outside, very easy by Corin Stoddard. Move up the inside by Julie Latai. Gap has opened up between second and first. And now there's another movement up the inside as Samantha Scheffler has moved down into last position. With the bell lap, Corin Stoddard has a very comfortable lead out on the rest of the pack. And there's a movement up the inside by Eliza Roadhamel, taking it from Julie Latai. And Samantha Scheffler comes around in last. Up next for Heat 2 of this 1,000-meter quarterfinal, we have Eunice Lee, Selena Sue, Una the Ronan Wilhort, and Cameron the Violin Lute.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this second heat in the women's 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Currently out in first, we have Selena Sue, followed by Eunice Lee, Cameron Lute, and Una the Ronan Wilhort. The 1,000-meter is definitely a power endurance type of race. Unlike the 500-meter, which is over in 40 seconds, and the 1,500-meter, that takes about 2 minutes. The 1,000-meter is about 1.5 minutes, definitely meaning that the faster you can hold it out and the longer you can hold it out, the better you will do. Selena Stu still holding out the lead with 5 laps to go, currently bringing it into the high 9s. No movements have been made so far in the pack yet. It seems like all three skaters following behind Selena are very comfortable to just let her lead her out for this fast pace. And there's a pass on the inside by Eunice Lee, and Cameron Lute makes it to the front and to the front. Bringing around with 2 laps to go. It is Cameron Lute out in front, followed by Eunice Lee, Una the Ronan Wheelhort, and Selena Sue drops off the pack. Bell lap, and the 3 out in front are very comfortable right now. No risky passes need to be made as all 3 of them can move on. Cameron finishes with a 133, sorry. Selena Sue with a 136. Will it be fast enough to qualify? US Speedskating thanks its sponsors for their support of the Short Track US Championships, including Nutricost, Union Pacific, University of Utah of Health, Unbottled, and Under Armour. Up next in the last heat, we have Grace Lee, Louisiana Style, Cindy Zhang, and Michelle Yee.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for the final 1,000-meter quarterfinal for the open groups. Sorry, for the Group A women's 1,000-meter. This seems to be going out at a slower start than the previous 2 races, with the opening lap of a 15.7 by Cindy Zhang. Cindy is followed by Michelle Yee, Louisiana Style, and Grace Lee currently in last. It seems that this race has decided not to go for that qualifying position as the 4th fastest skater. Lap times are still in the low 12 seconds. And there's a pass on the inside by Michelle Yee as she attempts to slowly bring it up with 5 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Michelle Yee drops the lap times down to the low 10s, followed by Cindy, Louisiana Style, and Grace Lee. Michelle Yee starting to really pick up the pace, hammering it out and pivoting 2 in by Michelle Yee. She really means business now. And there's movement in the pack. And then Michelle Yee is still trying to pick up the speed, dropping it into the mid-9s. All skaters bunched up as there's an inside pass there by Cindy into 3rd. Coming around for the bell lap, Louisiana Style in 1st, followed by Grace Lee, Cindy. And there's a bump at the corner there, but it seems like Cindy holds it in front of Michelle Yee. Comfortable finish there for Louisiana Style, Grace Lee, followed by Cindy and then Michelle. With a 142, I do not believe that qualifies for the next round in the semifinals. Up next, we have the Group A men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. It is picking 2 plus 2. In the first race, we have Brandon Kim, Sean Fly Guy Shuai, Sungmin Kwon, Julius Kazanecki, and Brandon Liao.
Test.
Skaters are being called to the start line.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Seems like Brandon Liao has decided to take the lead with Julius Kazanecki following, and then Brandon Kim, Sungmin Kwon, followed by Sean the Fly Guy Schwai. The 1,000-meter is definitely one of the most competitive distances in short track, because even if you're a 500 skater or a 1,500 skater specialist, you can definitely skate the 1,000-meter. Fly Guy taking it out in front, but Brandon Kim decides he wants to be in the leading pack right now. Lap times for Brandon is a low 9. Brandon Kim now followed by Schwan, Fly Guy, Schwai. Julius Kazanecki looking to take a pass up the inside with 5 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Sungmin Kwon making a move, and there's a bump there by Sungmin and Brandon Liao. Currently in first is Brandon Kim. Oh, and Brandon Liao falls there. We now have a 4-skater pack into this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Brandon Kim, strong showing yesterday in the 500-meter with the American record set at the 39.8. Sungmin Kwon taking an inside pass up Sean Schwai Guy. Currently in first is still Brandon Kim, followed by Julius Kazanecki into this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. And there's a pass up the inside by Sungmin Kwon, moving Julius Kazanecki back into third. And it seems like it will be Brandon Kim, Sungmin Kwon, Julius Kazanecki, followed by Sean Schweigai Fly. Brandon Liao, I believe, fell over with 3 laps to go. Currently in third is Julius Kazanecki with a 128.34 unofficially. Top 2 go through into the next round. Next, we have Andrew Hio, Justin Liu, Jonathan Kakashi So, Albert the Fraud Jong, and Edwin Sweeney. The time to beat is a 1:28. Albert and Edwin, 2 skaters that raced the time trial on Thursday. Albert qualified in the 500-meter and Edwin qualified in the 1,000-meter. Definitely looking forward to seeing what Edwin can do in this race. It seems like there are some blade troubles for, I believe, Justin Liu. Oh, sorry. For Andrew Hio, currently sitting on the pads, getting his blades checked by Steve. Andrew Hio definitely raced extremely well yesterday, with a first in the 500-meter and I believe a second in the 1,000-meter, and in the 1,500-meter.
There he is.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off to a speedy start in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Justin Liu trying to take from Andrew Hio into first. And there's a move by Andrew taking it back with 8 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. But Justin Liu is definitely willing to take the fight, not willing to let Andrew have it for too long. And Johnny does an extremely beautiful pass to make it from third to first. Albert moving in front of our Andrew here. Currently in the lead, we have Jonathan Kakashi So, followed by Justin Liu, Albert the Fraud Jong, Andrew Hero, and Edwin Sweeney. Lap times are currently in the low 9s as Andrew is starting to make a move all around the outside, but decides to just sit in second. Halfway into this 1,000-meter quarterfinal, currently in the lead is Jonathan So, followed by Andrew Heo, Justin Liu, Albert Jong, and Edwin Sweeney. It seems like there's a little bit of a gap opening up between 4th and 5th position. And Andrew makes a move up the inside to take Jonathan So on the inside. And now Justin makes a move on the outside to come into first. A little bit of a slip by Andrew there coming into the bell lap. Currently in first, we have Andrew Heo, followed by Justin Liu, Jonathan So. Coming around, that will be a 126.7 for Andrew Heo. Jonathan So has a qualifying time of 127.28, which firmly puts him into the first place position for qualifying for the next round. Up next, we have Wesley Park, Clayton the Italian Stallion Di Clemente, Noah Trippy Troppy Trope, Wesley the Indiana Jonesy Jones, and Gabe the Babe Hasselback. After a quick track change, we're almost ready to begin this third heat of the men Group A's quarterfinal, 1,000 meter.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Wesley Jones, oh, and there's a fall. And the race is allowed to be recalled by the refs if there is a fall in the first half lap of any race. Going down was Noah Trippy Troppy Trope, one of the tallest skaters in US Speedskating right now, coming in at, I believe, 6'3". Currently checking Noah Trope's blades are Simon Cho and John Henry Kruger. And his blades look fine as he leans down back onto the ice.
Back. Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off for the restart of this 1,000 meter. However, blade contact means that the race has been recalled again. It sounded like Clayton Di Clemente this time was in the incident. Looking at the track stewards on the ice right now, it seems like one of the blades were actually shattered as they pick up the pieces. That would be Noah Trippy Troppy Trope. Track stewards need to give a good look at the ice right now, making sure they pick up all the blade shards so that no one comes into contact with them during the race. It seems like in this third 1,000-meter quarterfinal, all of the racers are trying to get out into that first position. No one's willing to give an inch, even in the quarterfinals. This is truly what racing is all about. And Noah Trope steps back onto the ice with a fresh set of blades. We will now begin the third restart of this race.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off again. This time there is no blade kicks and there will not be a restart. Currently in first we have Wesley Park, followed by Clayton, the Italian side. Oh, Clayton moves up the inside of Wesley Park, willing to take this fast race out. Currently we're already seeing low 9-second laps from Clayton Di Clemente. Wesley Jones currently sitting in third, followed by Noah Trope. Gabriel Hasselback in last position. Wesley Jones looking to just continue to track Noah Trope, preventing him from moving into that third position. But Noah is definitely trying to make a move however he can. Currently, it seems very comfortable for Clayton Di Clemente and Wesley Park out in first as the gap opens up in between third and second. This definitely seems to be one of the faster races, and the person in third should be qualifying when we move on. Gabriel Hasselback falls off the back with 2 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Noah Trope finally makes it around the outside of Wesley Jones with 1.5 laps remaining. Now Noah is trying to catch up to the 2 lead skaters. Clayton Di Clemente currently holding a 9.1 second lap as Noah Trope slowly brings it closer. Clayton Di Clemente finishing it off with a 1:24.6, very fast. Noah Trope seems to have moved into qualifying position with a 1:25.1. Currently, Noah Trope and Jonathan So are moving on into the next round. Jonathan So has a standing time of 1:27.2, unofficially from what I saw. So this next race, the third place skater has to get underneath a 1:27 if they want to qualify for the next semifinal. In this next race, we have Marcus the Slab Howard, Caleb Park, Ryan the Chef Shane, Aaron Liu, and Ethan Hess.
position 3. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this last quarterfinal for the Group A men's. No, there's a movement up the inside by Caleb Park going into first, taking it off of Marcus the Slab Howard, followed by Ryan the Chef Shane. Then Aaron Liu and Heathen Hess. Caleb bringing it around for a first 9.2 second lap with 6 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Marcus Howard moving on the outside to take it from Caleb Park. And then there's a move by Ryan Shane. He's definitely cooking something up as he's the chef. Currently in first, there's Marcus Howard, followed by Ryan Shane, Caleb Park, Aaron Liu, and Ethan Hess. Marcus Howard comes around with 4 laps to go as a 9.1 second lap. It seems this race is definitely one of the faster ones. Ooh, and there's a fall by Ethan Hess in the straight. It seems skaters are just waiting and biding their time now, hoping that people get slower and slower and more tired, unable to track them as well. Gap opening up between 3rd and 4th as they come around for this last lap in this 1,000-meter. Marcus Howard still in front of Ryan Shane and Caleb Park in 3rd. Coming around, who will finish with, seems like Ryan Shane in 1st, followed by Marcus Howard, Caleb Park with a 125.7, which I believe does in fact knock out Jonathan Kakashi So, as only 2 positions move on from the fastest 3rd position. Up next, we have the Group B men's 1,000-meter quarterfinal with the top 2 plus 2 moving on. In position 1, we have Aiden Liu, followed by Evan Palladino, Vincent Chan, and Ryan Huang. Track officials checking to make sure that there's no big holes in the ice right now from a fall from Ethan Hess.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off for the Group B men's 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Currently in first, we have Aiden Liu with a move up the inside by, I believe, Vincent Chen from Direct. But it's taken back swiftly as he moves from, and Aiden Liu moves into the back. Vincent Chen currently in first, followed by, and it looks like there's an attempt for an inside pass there by skater 415, Evan Palladino. It seems to be a direct sandwich with 2 Potomac skaters in the middle. And there seems to be movement in the middle of the pack here, but it doesn't result in any positions being taken or lost. Vincent Chen, skater 458, still taking it out with a high 9-second lap. Ooh, and there's a fall there by Aiden Liu, who is definitely one of the fan favorites here. Vincent Chan still taking it out with 3 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Skater 415, Evan Palladino, still holding on to 2nd place, with 3rd being Ryan Huang, skating at 492. Vincent Chan, 9.7 second laps, still hammering it hard, trying to bring it home with 1 lap to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. 2 arms being swung, hoping to fend off the 2 Potomac skaters behind him. Seems like Vincent Chan will come around into this first 1,000-meter quarterfinal with a time. Oh, and there's a fall there by Evan Palladino, skater 4:15 at the end. Unfortunate fall there by Aiden Liu, looking very comfortable until his untimely fall. With Ryan Huang with a 1:32 in this 1,000-meter. The next 3 races we'll have to try and be faster. Up next, we have Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan, followed by Jonathan Dermheimer, JT Salter, and Marcel Montz.
Go to the start. Ready.
And there was a blistering fast start there by Winston Chen, skater 4:69, taking the lead out from Benjamin Sullivan. It seems like they're definitely trying to go very fast. Benjamin Sullivan switching out from his Potomac suit yesterday in favor for the rubber suit that national team wears. It seems like he's definitely aiming to go fast and perhaps even do a time trial as we begin with the 8.9-second lap by Jonathan Derheimer. And there comes the pass by Benjamin Sullivan, the Leopard, into first, and he seems to be hammering it now with 5 laps to go in this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Currently, he's sitting at an 8.64 lap time, and the field spreads out with the gap in between first, second, third, and fourth. Benjamin Sullivan with the 8.79 lap with 4 laps to go in this 1,000-meter. He's currently halfway through. Let's see if he can hold this blistering pace. Benjamin Sullivan still coming around with a 9.0 lap time. Seems like he's starting to slowly drop with a 9.32 leading into the last 2 laps of this 1,000-meter quarterfinal. The pack has definitely opened up, and it looks like he's trying to go for the lap up in this 1,000-meter against Marcel Mons. And Benjamin Sullivan comes around for his final lap, and that will be a 1:25.4. JT, you still have 1 more lap. JT, you still have 1 more lap. JT, you just finished. And then first we have Benjamin Sullivan with a 1:25.4, blistering speed, followed by Jonathan Derheimer, Marcel Montes, and JT Salter. Up next in heat 3 or 4, we have Daniel Jin, followed by Robert Tolliver, Sean Leeper, and Ethan Son.
Switch. Yep. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for the third 1,000 meter in the Group B men's quarterfinal. Currently in first, we have, I believe, Ethan Son from Gateway out in first, skater 4.81, followed by Daniel Jin and Robert Tolliver, and in last place we have currently Sean Leeper. After a blistering race, it seems like these skaters are definitely taking it easier. And there's a fall there by Sean Leeper in the corner. And Daniel Jin makes a move up the inside to take it from Ethan Son. And there's another move by Potomac skater number 437, Robert Tolliver. And now it looks like Daniel Jin is trying to hammer it out and create that gap between third and second. Coming around with 2 laps to go, Daniel Jin's currently pulling out a 9.61 lap speed. And there's a slight gap opening up now between second and third with the bell lap. Daniel Jin is still skating very comfortably to move on into this next race. Ethan finishes with a 1:31.4. Let's see if that is fast enough to qualify. Up next in our last Group B men's 1,000 quarterfinal, we have William Wang, Winston Chen, Lucas Wu, and Jonathan Wu. Lucas Wu taking a win yesterday in the 500 meter A final. Very impressive. He shows that he has the top speed, but let's see if he has the power endurance.
Good. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for the last heat of this 1,000 meter quarterfinal, Group B men's. Seems like Lucas Wu is content to sit in third and let the other skaters number 469, Winston Chen, to take it out. In second place, we currently have skater 448, William Wang. In last place, we currently have Jonathan Wu, skater 405 from Direct. Coming around with 7 laps to go, we have Winston Chen with an 11.25 lap. Seems like the coaches in the coaches box over there are starting to make noise. And there's a movement up the pack by Lucas Wu here, showing that he does in fact have the speed. Very comfortable outside pass, followed by Jonathan Wu from last into second place now with 4 laps to go. And there's a little bit of a gap opening up between third and fourth position. Coming around, Lucas Wu with a 9.2 second lap, followed by Jonathan Wu, Winston Chen, and William Wang. Gap opens up between second and third, but let's see if third place time will have a fast enough time to move on to the next semifinals. Remember, this race is picking 2 plus 2 as we reach the bell lap. Lucas Wu currently out with a comfortable lead in 9.3 second laps. Winston Chen has got some work to do if he wants to make it into the next round by a time. Good race there by Lucas Wu. With a time of 1:34.9, let's see if Winston Chen can qualify for this next round. And with that, we have concluded this block of racing. Up next, starting at 12 o'clock, the Group A Women's 1,000-meter semifinals. We are about 2 minutes away from beginning our Group A Women's 1,000-meter semifinals. In our first race, we have Cameron the Violin Lute, Eunice the Ethereal Lee, Eliza Roadhamel, Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, and Cindy Jang. I would like to extend a big thank you to our incredible volunteers. Your time and dedication make these races possible and give our athletes the chance to chase their dreams. The Group A Women's are now stepping onto the ice before we begin our 1,000-meter semifinals. These races will be picking the top 2 plus 1. It seems everyone in this race is aiming to go very fast as they're all wearing the rubber suits for national team skaters. Let's see how this plays out.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this first 1,000-meter semifinal for the women's. Coming around in first place, we have Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, followed by Eunice the Ethereal Lee, Cameron the Violin Lute, Cindy Jang, and Eliza Roadhamel. Second lap into this 1,000-meter, we're hitting into the high 10-second laps with a pass on the inside by Eunice the Ethereal Lee. Pace slowly picking up. Currently in first position, we have Eunice Lee, followed by Julie Latai, Cameron Lute, and Cindy Jang. There's a movement on the outside here by Cameron, hoping to make it through, but Eunice blocks, allowing for Julie up the inside. Cameron expending a lot of energy, but not making any positions here. And it seems like she's been bumped out by Cindy here. Eunice once again taking the front from Julie Latai. Cindy Jang in third, followed by Eliza in fourth, but Cameron is still trying to make a move on the outside. Moves inside of Cindy here in first place. So coming around for the bell lap, we still have Eunice the Ethereal Lee, followed by Julie Latai, Cameron Lu, Cindy Jang, and inside moves Cameron and pushing Julie out from the second place position in an automatic qualified position. Coming around, Julie Latai finishes with the 1:34.9. In first place, we have Eunice Lee, Cameron Liu, Julie Latai, Cindy Zhang, and Eliza Rodemore. Will a 1:34.9 be fast enough to qualify Julie Latai for the A final? Up next, we have Una the Ronan Wilhort, Corin the Average Dog Stoddard, Selena Sue, Louisiana Stahl, and Grace Lee. A lot of love for Corin Stoddard in the crowd right now. It seems like Corin Stoddard has a problem with the track.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Corin Stoddard powering to the front. I believe there were whispers, but it seems like she is trying to go for the women's world record today. Currently, she comes around with 8 laps to go with a 12.48 opener. Currently in second position is Louisiana Stahl, letting that gap open up. It seems like she's trying to go for a race rather than following out Corey's blistering speed. Currently, Corey Stoddard's second lap is a 8.78. Currently in second, we have Louisiana Stahl, followed by Grace Lee, Selena Sue, and Una the Ronan Wilhort. Corin Stoddard comes around with 5 laps to go with the 8.8 second lap. And then Grace Lee takes up the inside from Louisiana Stahl. Una the Wilhort Ronan is still sitting in fourth position, and it seems like Corin is coming around with 3 laps to go in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Corin is still hammering out, trying to get as fast as possible and keep those lap times up. Grace Lee is still in front of Louisiana Stahl in second position, and Louisiana Stahl is still currently relaxing, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lap. Corin Stoddard comes around with a 9.9 second lap. Let's see if she can do it. Final corner, Corin Stoddard comes around. Is it fast enough for the world record? With a 1:26.6. And, ooh, and the 2 falls into the last lap there. Selena Sue comes around, finishing with a 1:37. And third place, Louisiana Stahl. Grace Lee and Una Wilhort still has 1 more lap to go. What a chaotic race. I couldn't keep up with everything that was happening at once. Wonderful effort there by Corin the Large Dog Stoddard. Up next, we have the Group A men's 1,000-meter semifinal. Clayton, the Italian Stallion Di Clemente, Wesley Park, Noah Trippy Troppy Trope, Brandon, the Monarch of Motion Kim, and Sungmin Kwan. In this race, they'll be picking the top 2 plus 1 out of 2 heats. In the previous race, we have a penalty for skater 324, Una the Ronin Wilhort, for end of straight inside skater failure to give way, and we have an advancement for 312, Grace Lee.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Clayton Di Clemente comes out in first, but Brandon definitely put in the work to get from 4th to 2nd position. Pushing behind him, Wesley Park and Noah Trippy Troppy Trope. Currently in the lead, we have Clayton, the Italian Stallion Di Clemente, followed by Brandon Kim, Wesley Park, Noah Trope, and Sungmin Kwan is sitting in last. In the second lap of this 1,000-meter semifinal, we have a 9.3 skated by Clayton Di Clemente. It seems like all the skaters involved are comfortable sitting in their positions right now, waiting for a mistake or perhaps even a chance to make a move. Clayton Di Clemente currently sitting in the low 9-second laps, coming around with 4 laps to go in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Currently, no movements are being made, but the pace is definitely picking up. Brandon skating a defensive track, trying to fend off Wesley Park. Wesley Park hammering it out, trying to keep up with Clayton Di Clemente's blistering speed. And Sungmin Kwan makes a move up the inside of Noah Trippy Troppy Trope, kicks blades with the Wesley Park there as we come around with 1 lap to go. Clayton Di Clemente still leading the laps out with a 8.72s. Ooh, and Sungmin Kwan attempts to make a pass on Wesley Park there, but doesn't get around, and it comes down to the line, and it will be Wesley Park. Clayton Di Clemente with a 123.9. Blistering speed in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Wesley Park with a 124.3. We'll have to see if that will be fast enough to move on for this next race. Up next for the Group A men's 1,000-meter semifinal, we have Ryan Shane, Marcus the Slab Howard, Caleb Park, Andrew the Handsome Hio, and Justin Liu.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this second semi-final 1,000 meter. Marcus Howard takes the lead from Ryan Shane. Caleb Park currently sitting in fourth with Andrew the Handsome Heo in third. Coming around, this race doesn't seem to be as fast as the other one. I don't believe that they're going for a third fastest time. So I guess we're racing for the top 2 positions in this 1,000 meter semi-final. Currently out in first, we have Marcus Howard with the low. Oh, and there's movement up the inside by Ryan Shane to take first from Marcus Howard here. Coming around with 7 laps to go, we have Ryan Shane, Marcus Howard, Andrew, and there's movement there by Marcus Howard, and there's a little bit of a click there. Marcus Howard attempting to make a move on the outside of Ryan Shane. Doesn't seem to get through, and Andrew Heo takes the easy inside. Ryan Shane still holding off Marcus Howard, and Justin Liu slits into third. Currently in first, we have Andrew the Handsome Hero, followed by Ryan the Chef Shane. It seems like he's definitely cooking up something, the chef. And there's a slip there by Justin Liu, and they put 2 skaters go down as Marcus Howard attempts to come around. Currently, we have, and there's a callback as there seems to be a little bit of an injury there by Justin Liu. Still lying on the ice. His back seems to be in pain. And it seems like Justin Liu is standing up now. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Liu has had problems with his back all summer. It's unfortunate to see a skater of his caliber riddled with injuries right now. It seems like both skaters and officials are taking a couple minutes to see if everything's okay. Bodies not injured, ice not broken. Skates are okay, blades are fine. Seems like the track stewards have found a problem with a big rut in the ice there at the exit of the corner.
just got to get.
It seems like we're just about to begin racing again as the track is starting to be freshened up and looking good. All skaters seem to still be alive and well on their skates right now. Blades are being checked. And finally, skaters have been called to the start line to begin this 1,000-meter semifinal 2 again.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1,000-meter semifinal again. This time, Andrew Heel decided to take the lead from Marcus Howard and Ryan Shane. Definitely a slower start as skaters are tired and not aiming for a time anymore, just racing purely for that second and first place position. Currently in first, we have Andrew Heo, followed by Caleb Park, Ryan Shane, Marcus Howard, and Justin Liu. Justin moving up the inside and now outside to take the lead from Andrew Heo, I believe. Marcus the Slab Howard coming around the outside with the outside to in movement to take first with 6 laps to go in this 1,000-meter. Ryan attempting to make a move, but shut down promptly by Caleb and by Andrew Heo. Marcus Howard still holding out on the front with 4 laps to go in this 1,000-meter. Currently, lap times are sitting around the low 9-second laps. Justin Liu sitting in second, and Andrew Heo makes a move up the inside to move into third. Little bit of a slip, and down goes Justin Liu again. Very unfortunate with Andrew Heo moving up into first, Caleb Park moving up into the second, Marcus Howard currently in third. Ryan Shane has unfortunately dropped off the back, being gassed after an excellent performance in the first 1,000-meter. Caleb Park working hard to keep and hold off Marcus Howard. And in first, we have Andrew Heo, second Caleb Park, followed by Marcus Howard, Ryan Shane, and Justin Liu, unfortunately slipping and falling. Up next, we have the Group B Women's 1,000-meter semifinal. In lane position 1 is Isabella Chen, Carolyn Tugmeyer, and Sasha the Speedy Speed Skater Mensah.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1,000-meter Group B women's semifinal. Sasha the Speedy taking off a quick pace with 8 laps to go in this 1,000-meter. Currently in second is followed by skater 303, Carolyn Tugmeyer from Northbrook, and then Isabella Chen, skater 346 from Potomac in last. The gap has been closed within a lap of Sasha taking off with 6.5 laps to go in this 1,000-meter semifinal. It seems that Isabella Chen from Potomac is comfortable to just sit behind and wait for the other skaters to slowly tire themselves out. Halfway through this 1,000-meter semifinals, no movements have been made as of yet, with Sasha the Speedy Mensa still out in first. Now a movement comes up in the inside by Carolyn to take first position from Sasha, and we're heading into the mid to low 10-second laps now as there's an outside pass from the skater from Potomac, Isabella Chen, to move into second position. The top 2 skaters will be moving on with a +1 spot. It seems like Carolyn is now comfortable to just wait around and see. With 1 lap to go, the skaters ball up with Isabella Chen making a move on the outside of Carolyn, and it seems like Sasha and Carolyn is trying to fight for the line, and it will be Carolyn in first and Sasha behind. Finishing with a time of 1:37.9 will be Sasha Mensa unofficially. Up next will be Heat 2 of the Group B Women's 1,000-meter semifinal. In lane position 1, we have Olympia Kazaneka, followed by Sophia Coons, Tatiana Pompton, and Tiffany Zhang.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off with a little bit of a blade contact, it seemed, there. And all 4 ladies seem to be beginning this 1,000 meters slightly slower than before. And it seems like there's a movement by Tatiana Pompton moving up, but blocked down by the skater from Direct. Two laps into this 1,000-meter, and Sophia Coons is in first, followed by Tiffany Zhang, Tatiana Pompton, and Olympia Kazaneka in last position right now. There's a movement up the inside there by Sophia Coons, I believe. And Olympia Kazaneka comes around the outside of Tatiana Pompton to move into third position. Olympia seems to be building speed now. And there's movement as she comes around into that first position. 3.5 laps left in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Olympia Kazaneka with a very comfortable lead out in front with a 9.13 second lap, followed by Tiffany Zhang and Sophia Coons. Tatiana Pompton has unfortunately dropped off the pack in 4th position, and the skaters are now beginning to spread out in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Currently, it's a battle for 2nd and 3rd place, as they come around into the bell lap. Olympias, who has a very comfortable lead out in first, followed by Tiffany Drang, Sophia Coons. Can Tiffany hold off Sophia Jang into this final corner of the 1,000 meter? And it will be close. We'll have to see for the official results, but Sophia Coons comes in with a 1:38.8. Up next, we have our Group B men's 1,000 meter, picking 2+1. In lane position 1, we have Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan, Robert Tolliver, Ethan Sun, Lucas Wu, and Jonathan Wu. Benjamin Sullivan attempting to make the US junior national record, but it was unfortunately a second off in that first quarterfinal. And speaking about that, Corin, the big dog Stoddard, has a new US record with a 1:26.460 in the 1,000 meter. The previous record was held by Kristen Santos Griswold in 2021. Speaking about Kristen Santos Griswold, unfortunately there was a back injury from training leading into the US Championships and has decided to take the competition off for a medical bye. As the skaters from the previous race begin to step off, we are about to begin this 1,000 meter Group B men's semifinal.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. It seems to be a speedy start by Benjamin Sullivan. But this time it doesn't look like he's going for that US junior record. Currently in first is Benjamin Sullivan, followed by Lucas Wu, Robert Tolliver, Ethan Sun, and Jonathan Wu. After a 500-meter win yesterday by Lucas Wu, we know that he definitely has the top speed to compete against the best in this Group B men's. No movements currently being made by all 5 skaters on the track right now. But there's a pass up the inside by Lucas Wu that Benjamin Sullivan didn't seem to contest at all. Coming around, we have 4 laps to go in this 1,000-meter semifinal. Once again, the top 2 will be moving on, +1 and third fastest. Lucas Wu currently holding 9.2-second lap times. Benjamin Sullivan still hands on back, seeming very comfortable to just sit in second and track Robert Tolliver, preventing him from passing up. Coming around for the bell lap in first position, we still have Lucas Wu. Benjamin Sullivan seeming extremely comfortable to just sit there. Robert Tolliver. And it seemed like there was an attempt by Jonathan Wu on Ethan Sun there to take 4th position, but it doesn't come to fruit. In this final race for the Group B men's 1,000-meter semifinal, we have Daniel Jin, Jonathan Dermheimer, Vincent Chen, Evan Palladino, and Ryan Huang.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Let's see if they want to try and make this time for the third position. Seems like there's some fighting already happening between a Potomac and a direct skater. Daniel Jin comfortable leading out the first lap for this 1,000-meter semifinal. And there's movement as they begin to ball up. No skater is willing to wait in their position at the back of the line right now, as there's an attempted movement on the outside by a Potomac skater, but he decides to slot into third rather than make it all the way to the front. Currently in the lead is Vincent Chan, followed by Daniel Jin, Ryan Huang, Evan Palladino, but there's a move up the inside by Daniel Jin to retake that first position spot. Coming around with 5 laps to go, Daniel Jin has a 9.93 second lap. And there's movement again, skates are moving fast as the skater comes around the outside to take that first position spot from Daniel Jin, Jonathan Dernheimer for 9.34. Currently in the lead is Jonathan Dernheimer, followed by Daniel Jin, Vincent Chan, Ryan Huang, and Evan Palladino in the end. Evan seems to be falling off the pack a little bit, but he brings it back with a beautiful 2 out. 2 laps to go in this 1,000-meter. Robert Dernheimer still out the front of Daniel Jin. Will there be a move being made? And Daniel Jin goes on the outside very comfortably of Jonathan Dernheimer. And into this final corner, we have first Daniel Jin, Jonathan Dernheimer, followed by Vincent Chan with a 132.5. Will that be fast enough to qualify? We'll have to wait for the official results. And with that race, we have concluded this block of racing, and there will be an ice resurface now. As some of the smarter people in the crowd have noticed, this is my second day announcing completely, so I hope I'm doing a good job. Please forgive any mistakes I do make, but I will try to make up for it with my knowledge in short track and my enthusiasm to say stuff. I will also be accepting any nickname suggestions from people in the crowd if they want something. Racing will begin at 12:52. Repeating that, 12:52 for everyone that's watching. We are a few minutes away from beginning our next series of races. Up first, we have the Group B women's final in the 1,000 meter. Stepping onto the ice now is Sophia Coons from Lakewood and Tatiana Pompton from East Penn in this B final for the 1,000 meter Group B women's.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we begin for this 1,000 meter final B. It seems like Sophia Coons is willing to take it out fast, trying to hope Tatiana Pompton won't have enough juice at the end to make a pass. 8 laps down, and the beginning lap is a 14.41 for Sophia Coons. Tatiana is already off the pack, but let's see if she can bring it back. There's still 7 laps to go for this 1,000 meter. That's definitely enough time to catch a gap of that speed. Sophia Coons comes around with a 9.8 second lap. Tatiana with a 10.5. The pack seems to be spreading out further, but we're still in the over the halfway mark for this 1,000 meter Group B final. Sophia Coons slowing down slightly with a 10.0. Tatiana with the 11.14. Let's see if the gaps can be caught. 3 laps to go now for Sophia Coons. It's now turned into a one-person race with Sophia Coons coming around with a 10.5 second lap. 2 laps to go in this 1,000 meter. 1 lap to go in this 1,000 meter final B. And Sophia Coons crosses the finish line with a 1:36 in this 1,000 meter. Tatiana coming around now in the final corner, finishing it off with a 1:45.7. Good effort by Tatiana, holding there until the very end. Up next, we have the A final 1,000 meter for the Group B women's. As always, I will be calling their names out individually. In lane position 1, skater 357, Olympia Kazaneka from Potomac. In lane position 2, skater 346, Isabella Chen from Potomac. In lane position 3, skater 303, Carolyn Tickmeyer from Northbrook. Lane position 4, skater 379, Sasha the Speedy Skater Mensa from Danbury. And in position 5, skater 314, Tiffany Zhang from Potomac.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Well, there's a final, Group B women's 1,000-meter final. Currently out in first, we have Olympia Kazaneka. Looks like she's going to be going for a time as well. Currently, we've already had two attempts in the time trial with Corin Stoddard going for the world record in the women's, and Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan going for the US juniors record. Currently, Olympia comes around with 7 laps to go with a 9.0 second lap time. It seems like it's a race now for second, third, and fourth. Little bit of gap between fourth and fifth, but that can easily be caught up with these kind of times so far. Olympia Kazaneka already coming around with 4 laps to go. She's definitely moving fast. 9.29 with 4 laps to go. Currently, there's been some passing going around for our second, third, and fourth position with Sasha the Speedy Mensa coming around in third position. Currently in second, we have Isabella Chen from Potomac, creating a sizable gap between third and fourth. Movement on the inside by a skater from Potomac there. It almost slips in the corner there. Skater 379, Sasha Mensa, still holding on to third position. And there's movement as there's an attempt for a pass. Pushes Sancho wide with 1 lap to go for Olympia Kazaneka in the front. Coming around to finish the time trial with a 1:30.3. In second, we have Isabella Chen, Sasha the Speedy Mensa. In fourth, Tiffany Zhang, and rounded out Carolyn Tugmeyer with a 1:40.1. Up next, we have the Group B men's 1,000-meter finals. Up first will be the C final. In position 1, we have Winston Chen, followed by Martel Montez, William Wang, JT Salter, Sean Leeper, and Aiden Liu.
Position 6, move out a little bit, spread out. Position 3, this way. Go to the start. Ready.
Fast start there by Aiden Liu, moving from the 6th position into the 2nd. Currently in first is Winston Chen in this 1,000-meter C final, followed by Aiden Liu, Martel Montez, William Wang, JT, and Sean Leeper already off the pack. This seems to be a fast race with the second lap coming in with a 9.3 led by Winston Chen. Small gap opens up between second and third here. And it seems to be like there's a lot of direct skaters in this race, I just realized. First and second creating a sizable lead, Winston Chen and Aiden Liu. Aiden Liu passes up the inside to take first from Winston Chen here with 5 laps to go in this 1,000 meter. JT Salter making a move up the inside, bumps skater 470 wide, which is Marcel Montz. Also passes up the inside of, I believe that was, well, anyway, Aiden Liu still out in the first. Sizable gap between first, second, and third. It seems like some of the skaters at the very end of the pack have decided to stand up. Aiden Liu still having a comfortable lead out in first, coming around for the bell lap with the 9.41 second lap, followed by Winston Chen in second. Pass on the inside by skater 470, which is Marcel Montz. JT Salter hoping to catch him at the very end. And that will be the ending for 4 of the skaters so far. Coming around the final corner now is Sean Leeper, skater 412, and skater 448, William Wang. Aiden Liu with a 126.48. That was a very fast 1,000 meter in this men's C final, Group B men's C final. Up next, we have the B final. In lane position 1, we have Ethan Son, followed by Jonathan Wu, Vincent Chen, Ryan Huang, and Evan Palladino. In the previous race, we have a penalty for skater 423, JT Salter, for end of straight, inside scalia failure to give way.
Missing. Good. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this men's B final. It seems like there's some movement as the people trying to position themselves well into this 1,000 meter with 8 laps to go. Currently in first, we have Evan Palladino, followed by Jonathan Wu. But there's an outside pass here coming around with the skaters from Potomac. And currently we have Ryan Huang in first, followed by Evan Palladino. Movement in the pack here as more attempts are being made to create position and spacing. Moving up the inside, and there's still a skater caught on the outside. No one's willing to let him through. Everyone's definitely trying to fight for a position with 5 laps to go in this B final, 1,000 meter for the Group B men's. Coming around with 4 laps to go in the very fun is Evan Palladino, followed by Ryan Huang, Jonathan Wu, Vincent Chen, and Ethan Son. Lap times are sitting around those middle 9-second laps. Definitely fast pace for these men. And there's an outside pass by Jonathan Wu into first take here from Evan Palladino, creating a gap now, building up the speed with 2 laps to go. Very comfortable lead now as he sprints off. He begins hammering those crossovers out. Coming around with bell lap. Very comfortable lead. Is now a race for second, third, and fourth. Attempt an attack on the inside, but doesn't make it through and gets shuts out. And in second, we have skater 415, Evan Palladino, followed by Ryan Huang, Ethan Son, and Vincent Chan. A lot of movement in that race as each skater attempts to make it to the front. Up next, we have the Group B men's A final in the 1,000 meter. In lane position 1, skater 459, Lucas Wu from Potomac. In lane position 2, skater 426, Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan from Potomac. Lane position 3, skater 437, Robert Tolliver from Potomac. Lane position 4, skater 491, Daniel Jin from Direct. And finally, lane position 5, skater 480, Jonathan Derheimer from Direct. Outcry from the crowd. He's
Position
definitely
4,
loved
5,
here.
This way, 3, this way. Center over your dot, skaters. Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this 1,000 meter A final. All the skaters definitely not willing to give an easy position at the start there. Jonathan Dernheimer coming around the outside to take the first position from Lucas Wu. Benjamin Sullivan still sitting in third. Little bit of an incident there as he moves wide to get out of the way. Times are still relatively slow as positions are being made and chosen, whether you want to be in first or sit at the back. Currently, Daniel Jin making a move around the outside, coming around with 6 laps to go in this 1,000 meter A final. Lap time was 9.6 to try and move to the front. Movement on the inside, tries to takes the double. Oh, 2 skaters go down. Incident in the corner there. Benjamin Sullivan quickly moves up into the second, followed by Jonathan Derheimer in third. This is a 3-person race now, and the race is recalled as the 2 skaters stay in the pads. I believe the 2 skaters were Lucas Wu and Robert Tolliver from Potomac. They're up now, looking good. There'll be a quick break to check blades, check the ice, rest the skaters up, and for officials to make decisions. It seems like one of the skaters is stepping off. I believe that is skater 459.
So they'll have this.
Apologies, that was skater 437, Robert Tolliver, stepping off the ice. race begins again, this time with only 4 skaters on the ice.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for the restart of this 1,000-meter A final in the Group B men's. Lucas Wu once again taking it to the front, followed by Daniel Jin. Jonathan Durheimer making a move up the outside to take first position from Lucas Wu there with 8 laps to go. This race is definitely off to a slower start as skaters were exhausted from the first start. 5 to 4 minutes rest is not enough to get a full recovery. So it definitely becomes a race of strategy more. After the first move by Jonathan Durheimer to the front, no other moves have been made in this 1,000-meter A final, coming around with 5 laps to go. Lap times are currently hitting into the mid-11s as he slowly brings it down. Lucas Wu has made a move onto Jonathan Durheimer to skate into first. All the skaters, and there's another move by Daniel Jin taking it off from Jonathan Durheimer. Lucas Wu is now beginning to hammer down the lap times, hitting a 9.0 second lap. Move on the inside, double move on the inside as Lucas Wu loses 2 positions to Daniel Jin and Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan. Daniel the Destroyer Jin is now hammering it out hard with the 3 out. With 1 lap to go, can he hold off Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan? Daniel the Destroyer Jin coming around into the last turn of this lap. And there's a cheeky inside move. Does he hold it? No, he doesn't. Benjamin Sullivan in second. Daniel with the white Vans. Jin taking the first in the 1,000-meter A final. Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan followed by Lucas Wu. And Jonathan Durheimer in position 4. Now we will be having a full ice resurface after the Group B men's final A. In the previous race, skater number 437, Robert Tolliver, penalized for end of straight inside skater failure to give way. Our next races will begin at 1:29. Repeating, 1:29. Our next races, the Group A Women's 1,000-meter C final. About a minute away from beginning our first Group A women's 1,000 meter. Blocks down, skaters on the ice. In position 1, we have Samantha Scheffler. In position 2, we have Michelle Yee. It will be a 1 versus 1 for this C final.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Michelle Yee to a blazing start in front of Samantha Scheffler. It seems Michelle's strategy is to try and take it out fast enough where Sam gets tired and is unable to make a pass in the last few laps. Second lap coming around, and Michelle Yee is currently sitting at a 9.76 lap time. Samantha Scheffler still following close behind. In this race, with only 2 skaters on the ice, it truly is just one woman versus another. Michelle Yee coming around with 4 laps to go, currently at a 10.1 second lap time. Samantha Scheffler looking for an opportunity now, as Michelle Yee has let her out for the past 6 laps. And then there seems to be movement as Samantha Scheffler is building speed around the outside. Takes Michelle Yee coming around with 2 laps to go in this 1,000-meter C final. Samantha Scheffler now hitting down the hammer as Michelle Yee falls off. 1 lap to go. Samantha Scheffler out in front with a very comfortable gap. Anything can happen in this final corner. And that will be the end of this C final for the Group A Women's. Up next, we have the Group A Men's D Final. On the ice is Edwin Sweeney, Sean Fly Guy Schwei, Gabe the Babe Hasselbeck, Brandon Liao, and Ethan Hess.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this D final in the Group A men's 1,000 meter. It seems like Schweigai did not step onto the ice to race it. Sean Schwei, previous member of the national team, he's only looking for those big points here. Slow start by Edwin Sweeney. Move up the inside by Ethan. Oh, two skaters go down early into the race. 7 laps to go. Edwin Sweeney quickly picking up the pace, taking advantage of the two skaters down. Now it's just Edwin Sweeney versus Brandon Liao. Going down was Gabriel Hasselback and Ethan Hess. Ethan seemed to be making a movement on the inside, which Gabe did not let fly. Edwin's now coming around with 4.5 laps to go, halfway through this 1,000 meter. Chasing him down is Brandon Liao, looking very comfortable sitting behind him. 4 laps to go, and Brandon Liao is still very comfortable sitting behind Edwin Sweeney, hoping to make an inside pass within the last 3 laps of this 1,000 meter race. And here it comes up the movement, and there's a little bit of bumps. And Brandon Liao goes down. Edwin Sweeney now out in front. Clear race for him now. 2 laps to go. I think Edwin Sweeney might be having it, but Gabe and Ethan Hess coming around, chasing him, but I believe they're still 2 laps down. And there we go. Edwin Sweeney comes around, finished. 2 laps remaining for Ethan Hess and Gabe the Babe Hasselback. Brandon Liao, 1 lap left. Coming around. And now Ethan and Gabe, 1 more lap to go in this D final for the Group A men's. And that'll be Ethan Hess coming around in 3rd, Gabriel Hasselback in 4th. Up next, the men's C final for the Group A men's. In lane position 1, Aaron Liu, Jonathan So, followed by Jonathan the Kakashi So, Wesley Indiana Jones, Julius Kazanecki, and Albert the Maestro Jong. Ice being checked by the track stewards to make sure there's fresh and stable ice for these skaters in the C finals. After a fall with Ethan Hess and Gabe the Babe, there seems to be some holes in the ice in that far corner. In the previous race, we have a penalty for skater number 467, Ethan Hess, for an end of straight inside skater failure to give way. With the whistle, this begins our C final for the Group A men's.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Jonathan the Kakashi So determined to stay at the back for this C final. Currently in first, we have Albert the Maestro Zhong, followed by Aaron Liu, Julius Kazanecki, and Wesley the Indiana Jones in fourth, and Jonathan Kakashi So in last. Slow beginning to this 1,000-meter C final, coming around with 7 laps to go. Lap times are still in that 13.3 second range. Julius Kazanecki has moved up to the front and begins a little bit of putting his speed down. And there seems to be movement in this first, second, and third position. Skater number 4, 6, 8, Aaron Liu coming around into first. Jonathan So now determined to catch up to the leading pack. Aaron Liu, and there's an inside pass there by Albert the Maestro Zhong into first, going from third to first in a single corner. Impressive build of speed there in just half a straight. Lap times coming down into the low 9 seconds with 3 laps to go for this 1,000-meter C final. Aaron Liu slowly looking like there's a gap opening up, and Julius Kazanecki trying to make a move onto Albert the Maestro Zhong. Comes into first, Julius Kazanecki with 1 lap to go. Jonathan Kakashi So takes the easy inside pass up the Maestro. And Julius Kazanecki trying to power out. And it will be first Julius Kazanecki, followed by Jonathan Kakashi So, the Maestro Zhong in third, and Wesley Jones in fourth, with Aaron Liu in fifth. Up next, we are moving back into the Group A Women's with Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, Cindy the Lollipop Jang, Eliza Roadhummel, and Louisiana Stahl.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this B final. Currently in first, we have Cindy the Lollipop Jang, followed by Eliza Rose and Hummel coming into first. Slow start to this 1,000-meter with 8 laps to go. First lap is a 17.3. Eliza Roadhammer, followed by Cindy Lollipop Jang, Mighty Munchkin Julie Latai in third, and Louisiana Stahl in fourth. Skaters are still taking this nice and relaxed, willing not to move up or make any decisions just yet. Comfortable to wait and see how it progresses. Five laps to go, and the pace has picked up a little bit, moving from a 13.0 to 12.6 lap. No movements have been made between the pack, and everything is still... Oh, now there's a movement up the inside by Cindy the Lollipop Jang. Eliza Roadhamel currently in second, followed by Mighty Munchkin Julie Latai and Louisiana Stahl in fourth. Now there seems to be movement in the pack as the pace picks up. Julie Latai coming around on the outside, attempting to take that first position. Louisiana Stahl up the inside. The contact with Cindy. She sticks the landing, though. In first, we still have Julie Latai, Mighty Munchkin, with 1 lap to go. Louisiana Stahl in second. And off the pack now is Eliza and Cindy Jang. And coming around, the mighty Munchkin in first. Second, Louisiana Style. Third, Eliza. And fourth, Cindy Jang. We'll have to wait for the official results from the refs, however, as there was some contact in one of those corners. Very impressive stability there by Cindy the Lollipop Jang, as she managed to stay on her feet after that incident with Louisiana Style. Up next, we have our A final for the Group A Women's. Could you repeat that? In the previous race, we have a penalty for skater 389, Louisiana Style. End of straight inside skater failure to give way. In lane position 1, skater 302, Big Dog Corin Stoddard. In lane position 2, skater 323, Eunice the Ethereal Lee. Position 3, skater 345, Cameron the Violin Lute. With the fan favorite out of the way, in position 4, skater 313, Selena Sue from Garden State. And to round it off, in position 5, skater 312, Grace Lee from Puget Sound. Let's get this race underway.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off. After a blistering semifinal by Corin Stoddard earning the US record, she is currently sitting in first position, followed by Grace Lee, Cameron Lute, Eunice Lee, and then Selena Sue in for fifth. No movements being made yet, 2 laps into this race. After a blistering semifinal, Corin Stoddard seems very comfortable to just let the race play out. And now there's being moves. Oh, and there's a fall by 2 skaters. Cameron and Eunice Lee. It's now turned into a 3-person race with Corin Stoddard, Grace Lee, and Selena Sue. The 2 skaters have stood up and seem to be A-okay. No injuries here. Corin Stoddard seems to be very comfortable to just lead out the rest of this race, slowly picking up the speed, moving into the 9.2 second lap. Grace Lee is still holding on fiercely, but the Selena Sue slowly falling off the back of the pack. 2 laps to go for Corey and Grace, and Selena Sue still holding on. Cameron and Eunice are not willing to give up just yet, and we're entering into the final lap for this 1,000-meter A final for the Group A Women's. And coming around now will be Corin, the Big Dog Stoddard, in first, followed by Grace Lee, Selena Sue. Now with 1 lap to go, Eunice Lee is out in front of Cameron Lute. And now finishing is Eunice the Ethereal Lee, followed by Cameron the Violin Lute. Up next, we have our Group A men's 1,000-meter B final. On the ice now, we have Sungmin Kwon, Noah Trippy Choppy Trope, Marcus the Slab Howard, Ryan the Chef Shane, and Justin the Workhorse Lou. Justin Liu, the trooper that he is, 9 stitches in his right elbow, and yet he's still on the ice. That is some impressive endurance and pain tolerance by him. Truly shows how much these US championships means to these men. In the previous race, we have a penalty for skater 345, Cameron Lute, in the straight lane change from outside to in. Unfortunate for the fan favorite.
Go to the start. Ready.
Fast start by the men in this 1,000-meter, and there seemed to be a little bit of contact, but there was no recall for this race.
So click.
Currently in first, we have Marcus the Slab Howard, but quickly being overtaken by Noah Trippy Choppy Trope. And now Marcus sits in second, followed by Ryan Shane, Sungmin Kwon, and Justin Liu. Moving up the inside by Marcus the Slab Howard. Coming around with 6 laps to go in this 1,000. Oh, Ryan Shane moves up the inside. A little bit of a contact there, and 2 more skaters go by. Justin Liu moving into second and falls, taking out Sungmin Kwon. Marcus Howard still in first, followed by Ryan Shane and Noah Trippy Choppy Trope. Marcus the Chef Shane comes around on the outside. The chef is definitely cooking something up for this race. Now it's just a 3-person race with Ryan the Chef Shane, Marcus the Slab Howard, and Noah the Trippy Choppy Trope. Ryan Shane throwing tracks on Marcus Howard, but doesn't able to catch him with the deep track. Marcus moves past comfortably, coming around with 2 laps to go in this 1,000-meter. Noah Trope falling off the back. There's still a race for first and second between Marcus Howard and Ryan Shane. Marcus seems to be pulling out a 9.0 second lap, and there was an attempt there by Ryan, but shut down by Marcus. Comes to the line and sees the hawk, and it would be Marcus out in front, followed by Ryan Shane, Noah Trope. Currently, Sungmin Kwon is in front of Justin Liu with 2 laps to go, but it seems Justin Liu has decided to stand up and stay into the middle. Sungmin Kwon with 1 lap to go. And Sungmin Kwon now finally coming around for the final corner. Refs have blown the whistle. Justin Liu does not finish this race. Up next, we have our A final for the men's. In the previous race, skater number 414, Ryan Shane, and 479, Justin Liu, shared responsibility. In this 1,000-meter A final for the Group A men's, in lane position 1, skater 489, Clayton, the Italian Stallion Di Clemente. In lane position 2, skater 435, Brandon Kim, the Monarch of Motion himself. In lane position 3, skater 403, Wesley Park. And in lane position 4, Andrew the Handsome Hio. And in lane position 5, skater 490, Caleb Park.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off to a speedy start in this 1,000-meter. Clayton Di Clemente, very comfortable leading these 1,000 meters, hitting a 123.9 in his previous semifinal. Coming around for the first lap, we have Wesley Park in first, followed by Brandon Kim, Clayton Di Clemente, Andrew here on Caleb Park in last. Wesley looking around, checking to see where everyone else is, and there's movement on the outside by Caleb Park to take first in this 1,000-meter A final. 6 laps to go, and Caleb Park followed by his brother Wesley Park, Brandon Kim, Clayton Di Clemente, and Andrew Hio. Everyone continues to make moves as they do not like their positions they're in. Brandon Kim takes first there from Caleb Park, followed by Clayton, the Italian Stallion Di Clemente, Wesley Park in 4th, and Andrew Hio in 5th. Gap opens up between 1st and 2nd as Brandon Kim starting to move fast. An inside pass there by Clayton Di Clemente into 2nd. Brandon Kim still a sizable lead out in front with 8.5 laps being held. And slowly comes around into the last lap of this 1,000-meter. Brandon Kim, Clayton Di Clemente, Andrew Hio, and Caleb Park. Oh, and there's a fall at the end there by the Park brothers. Brandon Kim in first with a 125.9. One skater still making his stands up, crosses the finish line. That'll be Wesley Park. Both Park brothers seem to be in a little bit of pain here, but luckily nothing seems to be broken. Unofficially, the results were Brandon Kim, Clayton Di Clemente, and Andrew Hio in 3rd. Caleb Park passed before his brother Wesley Park. We will now be having an ice resurface. The next round of racing will begin at 2:39. Repeating, 2:39. Our next races will begin. To the commenter on YouTube, Tobias Wolf, saying, "This commentator is fire. I appreciate the compliment. Please keep them coming. That is how you make friends with me." We are about a minute away from beginning our Group B men's 1500 meter semifinal. In this 1500 meters semifinal for the Group B men's, we have Benjamin the Leopard Sullivan, Robert Tolliver, William Wang, Lucas Wu, and Ethan Son. It will be picking 2 plus 1 fastest third.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are off for this 1500 meter semifinal. Currently out in first, we have from Potomac, Robert Tolliver, followed by Lucas Wu, William Wang, Ethan Son, and Benjamin Sullivan the Leopard, currently in last position. After all the excitement of the 1,000 meter, now we're back to the 1,500 meter. The most tactical race out of the 3 distances in short track. As you can see, all the skaters are starting off slow, determining where their opponents are, who is where do they want to be sitting when the kick finally comes. 3 laps down, we have 10 laps remaining. And now we're beginning to see some movement. On the outside, we have skater 448, William Wang, moving into second position. Benjamin Sullivan still content to stay in last position right now, waiting for a chance or perhaps even to just overtake the entire pack from the outside. Here he goes as he moves to the front of the pack. With 7 laps to go, Benjamin Sullivan takes over. In second place, skater 437, Robert Tolliver. And there's a fall, very light, but a fall nonetheless. And now the pack begins to spread out between second and third, and fourth dropping away from third as well. Remember, this race is picking 2 plus 1. Currently out in front, we have Lucas Wu and Benjamin Sullivan. It seemed Robert Tolliver was the person to fall over. And the person in third place is slowly trying to catch that gap. Will he decide to use his speed to make an inside move on Benjamin Sullivan here? And the 3 skaters out in front are now together again. Ben trying to make a move, but doesn't make it past Lucas Wu. With 1.5 laps to remaining, and there's another gap speeding up, opening up between second and third. And it seems no more moves will be made as Benjamin Sullivan is comfortable to sit behind Lucas Wu in this 1500 meter semifinal. William Wang, 1 more lap to go. Robert Tolliver, 3. William Wang comes across in fourth, and the whistle is being called. Moving on to our next round of this 1500 meter semifinal of the Group B men's, Aiden Liu, Evan Palladino, Vincent Chan, Sean Leeper, Ryan Huang, and Jonathan Wu.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this 1500-meter semifinal, heat 2 of 3. Once again, another slow start for these 1500-meter skaters. Definitely a lot of movement happening in this race as skaters are getting close and bumping shoulders. They definitely want to find the best position to be in before the speed truly begins to pick up in this 1500-meter semifinal. Sean Lieber looking to make an outside pass into first here. And it seems like skater 415, which is Evan Palladino, is holding him off quiet defensively. Lots of bumping going on in this race as skaters looking for that first, second, or third position. Currently in first, we have from Potomac, Ryan Huang, followed by Evan Palladino, Jonathan Wu, Aiden Liu, Vincent Chan, and Sean Lieber. Lap time slowly dropping from the beginning, and now we're into the high 10s. Moving up the inside there by Jonathan Wu into second. And now we're into the mid 10-second laps, and there's a little bit of a bump there as Sean Lieber falls off the end of the pack. Skater 492, Ryan Huang, still holding it out in front, but it looks like Aiden Liu is still relaxing and just sinking into his skates, comfortable to sit in that third position. And there's a move on the outside by Jonathan Wu to take first, and this is where Aiden Liu decides he wants to strike and make an outside pass into second. And very comfortable outside pass again by Aiden Liu into first with 2 laps to go in this 1500-meter semifinal. Aiden Liu still has his hands on his back, showing a very powerful showing right now. Last lap, Aiden Liu, followed by Jonathan Wu. Skater passing on the inside, Ryan Huang. Vincent Chen looking for an opportunity, but shut down by Ryan there. Good racing there by these Group B men's. Sean Lieber coming around now to finish the race. In our last race for this block, we have Daniel the Devious Jin. And I have been told in the YouTube comments, Jonathan Dermheimer is actually named Quinn. So we have Quinn in lane position 2, followed by Winston Chen, JT Salter, and Martel Montz. Skaters have been called to the start line, and we will soon begin heat 3 of 3 for this 1500-meter semifinal.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Devious Daniel Jin deciding to wait a second before stepping off the start line there, losing his first position and going to the very end. Currently, we have Winston Chen, followed by JT Salter, Marcel Montes, Quinn, and I've been told I should nickname him the Quick Quinn in 4th, and Devious Daniel in 5th. pace picks up a little bit here. Daniel Jin still feeling very comfortable at the back there. Very confident skating by him for this US champs. Coming around with an 11.3 second lap. We have 9 laps remaining for the skaters in this pack. Not a lot of movement yet in this semi-final B, Group B men's 1500 meter. In the lead is still skater number 470, Marcel Montes. Seems like Quick Quinn is thinking about a movement soon, and here he comes around the outside with 6 laps to go in this 1500 meter semifinal. Following him is Daniel with the white Vans, Daniel Jin, also coming around the outside and deciding he wants to try and stick it to make it into first. Comes around, he has 5 laps left. Lap time slowly picking up with a 10.1 by the Quick Quinn. Now the lap times are slowly dropping as Daniel Devious Jin hits it with a 9.7 and 4 laps remaining in this 1500 meter. Quick Quinn sitting behind Daniel in the second position here with skaters 470 Marcel Montes, followed by Winston Chen and JT Salter. JT, the nonchalant, hoping to make a move sometime soon before the race really begins to pick up with 1 lap remaining. Daniel the Devious Jin and Quinn out in the very front there. Comfortable lap gap on second and third there. And as we finish this, that will be concluding this block of racing. Up next will be the Group A women's semifinal in the 1500 meter. Racing will begin at 3:06. Repeating that, 3:06 with the Group A women's 1500 meter semis. We are about 2 minutes away from beginning our Group A Women's 1500 meter semifinals. Stepping onto the ice now in position 1, we have Corin Bigger Dog Stoddard, Grace Lee, Una the Ronin Wilhort, Selena Sue, Cameron the Bard Lute, and Cindy Jang.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1500 meter semifinal for the Group A Women's. Currently in first position, we have Cameron the Bard Lute, followed by Una the Ronin Wilhort, Selena Sue, Cindy Jang, Grace Lee, and Corin the Bigger Dog Stoddard. With 11 laps to go, we're currently sitting around a 13-second lap time, so everyone. No movements in the pack just yet. It seems like this time around, Corin Stoddard is, in fact, not trying to lead as many laps as possible this time. Comfortable to just sit him back and wait until the very end to make a big outside pass. 5 laps into this 1500 meter, no position changes have been made just yet. Lap time slowly being brought down into a 12:0 lap time. A little bit of movement now as Cameron the Bard Lute brings it down to 11.5 second lap. A little bit of contact there by Grace Lee coming around the outside. Grace has now moved into first position. Lap times have been picked up quite considerably from the 12 now into the 9s. Corin Bigger Dog Stoddard is finally to begin making a move as she passes Selena Sue on the outside with 3 laps to go in this 1500 meter semi-final. Corin Stoddard still just doing only crossovers down the straight. Very impressive technical expertise there by Corin as she makes a smooth pass to the front. In second, we have Grace Lee, followed by Cameron the Bard Lute, entering into our final lap now. It's a 3-ray race between Grace Lee, Cameron the Bard Lute, and Una the Ronin Wilhort. And coming around the finish line, it will be Corin Stoddard, Grace Lee, Cameron Lute, Una Wilhort, Cindy Jang, and Selena Sue. US Speedskating thanks its sponsors for the support of the Short Track US Championships, including NutriCost, Union Pacific, University of Utah of Health, Unbottled, and Under Armour. Up next in the second heat of this 1500-meter semifinal, we have Eunice the Ethereal Lee, Louisiana Stahl, Elizabeth Roadhummel, Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, Michelle Yee, and Samantha Scheffler.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this 1500-meter semifinal. Definitely a speedy beginning here for these women in the 1500-meter semifinal for the Group A women's. Coming around in the first half lap, it will be a 10-4 starter by Michelle Yee. In order, we have Michelle Yee, Samantha Scheffler, Eunice the Ethereal Lee, Louisiana Stahl, Mighty Munchkin Julie Latai, and Eliza Roadhummel. Coming around with 11 laps to go, we're currently sitting at a 16.0 lap time by Michelle Yee. And there's movement as they all begin to fight a little bit for positions, but no shoulders being bumped just yet. Coming around in first is Julie Latai, but being overtaken by Samantha Scheffler. And we have 9.5 laps to go in this 1500-meter semifinal. It's now 1,000-meter, and we'll see if there's any pace being picked up. Not yet. Currently in the lead, we have Eliza, followed by Samantha Scheffler, Michelle Yee, Julie the Mighty Munchkin Latai, Eunice the Ethereal Lee, and Louisiana Stahl. Lap times are still not picking up in this 1500 meter with only 7 laps remaining. It's now almost a 500 meter. And Michelle Yee makes a big movement on the inside, bringing the speeds up from 11 seconds, 12-second laps into the high 10-second laps. Louisiana Stahl currently out in front, swiftly overtaken by the Ethereal Lee. Remember, top 3 plus 1 are moving on into this next race. And Julie Latai makes a move up the inside of Michelle Yee. Coming around, it's 4 laps to go in this 1500-meter semifinal. Julie, the Mighty Munchkin Latai, makes a move on the inside of Louisiana Stahl. And Michelle Yee is looking to take that position as well from Louisiana Stahl. Currently, it seems like Samantha Scheffler is dropping a little bit off the back of the pack here, and there's a little bit of a skater bump as Louisiana Stahl stands up for a quick second. Hammering hard, we're coming into the bell after this 1500-meter semifinal. Michelle Yee is definitely working hard to stay in front of Louisiana Stahl, but Louisiana Stahl is making a move on the final corner of this 1500-meter. We see who takes it to the finish line. It's a 4-way. Exciting race to this 1500-meter semifinal. We have to see who officially takes it. Eunice Lee coming in first with a 2:53. Up next, we have the Group A men's 1500-meter semifinal. In lane position 1, we have Andrew the Handsome Heo, Sean Pretty Fly for a Schwy Guy, Ryan the Chef Shane, Aaron Liu, Julius Kazanecki, Albert the Maestro Zhong, and Gabe the Babe Hasselback.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for the first 1500-meter semifinal for the Group A men. Currently, there are two handsome men on the ice right now in Andrew the Handsome Hero and Gabe the Babe Hasselback. Albert the Maestro John coming out into first position now, overtaking Julius Kazanecki on the outside. For the first lap of this 1500 meter, Albert has a 17.35 second lap. Little bit of positioning move made here by the fly guy. Pace picks up a little bit as fly guy comes around the outside, going from a 14.8 second lap down into the 13s. They are truly flying off the start for this race. Albert the Maestro attempts to make a move, but seems to have misjudged it a little bit, making a slight contact there. Now we have a skater coming around on the outside. Skater 468, Aaron Liu, taking the pace up from a 12-second lap down into the 10s. 7 laps to go in this 1500 meter, and there's movement in the back of the pack. 3 skaters looking to make an outside pass, and Andrew the Handsome Hero and Ryan Shane coming out into the front. Little bit of a gap opens up between Julius and Fly Guy. And now at the front we have the Handsome Hero. And a slip by Julius Kazanecki there. I don't know if that was contact or just fell by himself. Handsome Hero in front, followed by Ryan the Chef Shane. Fly Guy in third. Trips a little bit. Albert the Maestro Jong makes a move on the outside, going from 5th to 4th there on skater 468, Aaron Liu. Little bit of gap opening up now between positions 5 and 6 and 4 and 5. As we come around with 5 laps to go, Handsome Hero still in front. Try Guy makes a move up the inside. What a perfectly timed pass there. Can he hold it? He does. Ryan's now put into the back burner with only 2+1 skaters going through and 3 of the heats here. We're going to have to see who takes this 3rd and 2nd position and whether or not they're able to make it. Another attempt made by Schweigai, but is not able to make it past. And it comes down to the Hawk, and it will be extremely close. And Fly Guy, very happy with the results in this 1500 meter. I believe he was out of the front there of Ryan Shane. All skaters have finished their race now as the whistle has been blown. In first, we had Handsome Hero, Sean Schwei, Ryan Shane with the 2:38. We'll have to see in the next 2 races who managed to pick up that 3rd fastest position. Up next, in position 1, we have Brandon, the Monarch of Motion Kim, Jonathan Kakashi So, Wesley Park, Caleb Park, Noah Trippy Choppy Trope, Edwin the Sweeney, and Ethan Hess. The ice is currently getting patched by our track stewards over there in their far corner, next to the entry and exit box for the skaters. Whistles have been called, and skaters will now proceed to the start line for this 1500-meter semifinal, Heat 2.
Five. This way. 4. 3. Slide this way a little bit. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off. The time to beat right now is a 2:38 set by Ryan the Chef Shane. Another tactical start by all 7 skaters out on the ice right now. In first, we have Brandon Kim, followed by Noah Trope, Wesley Park, Jonathan So, Ethan Hee Hess, and Ed Winner Sweeney, and Caleb Park. 11 laps to go in this 1500-meter semifinal. Movement up the inside by Wesley Park there, taking the first position. Time's come down, a little bit of blocking movement there by Trippy Troppy Trope onto Ethan Hess. Coming around the outside again now is Brandon Kim, and pace picks up quite a substantial amount as Wesley Park takes the lead from Brandon Kim, but Trippy Troppy Trope is out in the front now with 8 laps to go in this 1500 meter. Wesley Park once again makes a move up the inside. He's determined to stay in that first position. Currently, we have Wesley Park, Noah Trope, Brandon Kim, Ed Winner Sweeney, Ethan Hess, and Brandon Kim takes it on the outside now, coming in with a 9.07 lap, and Wesley Park is able to catch up quite easily. Right now, it is Brandon Kim, Wesley Park, Noah Trope, Ed Winner Sweeney, Jonathan So, Ethan Hess, and Caleb Park out in the very back. 4 laps to go in this 1500-meter semifinal. Definitely looks like the pace is picking up. Jonathan So makes a movement on the inside by overtaking Ed Winner Sweeney. And now the lap times are really starting to come down. It seems like Brandon Kim is going to begin hammering any second now. 2 laps to go in this 1500-meter. And out in the front is still Brandon, followed by Wesley. And our last remaining lap, we have to see who wants to come in third and second, and whether or not who will be moving on to the next race. And it will be Brandon Kim, Wesley Park, Noah Trope, Jonathan So, Caleb Park, Ed Winner Sweeney, and Ethan Hess. Noah Trope with a 2:34 does in fact knock Ryan Shane out of the fastest third position. Up next for our Group A men's 1500-meter semifinal, we have Clayton the Italian Stallion Di Clemente, Marcus the Rocket Howard, I'm getting rid of the slab, Sungmin Kwon, Justin Liu, Wesley Indiana Jones E. Jones, and Brandon Liao.
There we go.
Whistle's been blown as the skaters head towards the front. The time to beat for the fastest third position right now is 2:34, set by Noah Trippy Choppy Trope. little bit of a technical malfunction there by the refs.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Fast start there by Justin Liu. Seems to be wanting to take it out a little bit faster, perhaps aiming for that third fastest position. Currently in the coach's box, John Henry Kruger is looking very comfortable sitting down. This is definitely one of the fastest starts to the 1500-meter semifinals for the Group A men's. 11 laps to go, 2 laps down already, and we're already into the 11-second lap times. Currently in the lead is Justin Liu, followed by the Italian stallion himself, Clayton DiClemente. Marcus the Slab Howard, Sungmin Kwon makes a move up the inside. Clayton DiClemente follows into second. Currently, Sungmin Kwon out in first, followed by Clayton DiClemente, Justin Liu, Marcus Howard, Jonesy Jones, Wesley, and Brandon Liao currently sitting in the 6th position. 7 laps to go already in this 1500-meter semifinal. Already hitting into the low 9-second laps. This is definitely going to be one of the fastest semifinals for today in this 1500-meter for the Open A's men's. Marcus Howard makes an easy move up the inside of Sungmin Kwon there. So it's currently led out by Clayton DiClemente, followed by the Slab himself, Marcus Howard, Sungmin Kwon, Justin Liu, Wesley the Indiana Jonesy Jones. Brandon Liao slips off the pack. But anything can happen in these 1500-meter races at the very end, where everyone's desperate and willing to throw passes that may be too risky for their level. 3 laps to go, and it's still the same 4 leaders. Jonesy, the Indiana Jones, falls off the pack a little bit. Maybe he's still tired from the 1,000-meter he raced earlier today. Currently, have 4 racers in a pack, all wearing national team skin suits, racing for the final lap in this 1500-meter semifinal. And it looks like Justin Liu will attempt to make an attack, but cannot make it through. Sungmin Kwon defends. And this will be a 2:15 for this semifinal. In third position, we have Sungmin Kwon, easily taking the fastest third for the 1500-meter Group A men's semifinals. So moving on will be Clayton DiClemente, Marcus Howard, and Sungmin Kwon. Up next, we will have a Group B woman final, A final. As always, I will be calling these women out individually for an A final. In lane position 1, skater 346, Isabella Chen from Potomac. In lane position 2, skater 357, Olympia Kazaneka. Lane position 3, Sophia Coons from Lakewood. There we go, now we have some noise in the crowd. Lane position 4, Tiffany Zhang from Potomac, skater 314. In position 5, skater 303, Carolyn Tuckmeyer from Northbrook. And in position 6, we have Sasha the Speedy Mensah from Danbury. And finally, to conclude our all-star lineup for the Group B Women's 1500-meter finals, Tatiana Bompton from East Penn. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Back up, ladies. Back up. My bad. Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Skater number 314, which is Tiffany Zhang, looking over into the coach's heat box, looking for what to do. Currently, Simon Cho is signaling to her what will happen. What will they do? Who knows? Not me. 12 laps to go into this 1500 meter A final, and there's definitely some movement already happening. Currently, the lap times are sitting around 11.3, set by Isabella Chen and from Potomac. There's a move on the outside there. Currently in first is Sophia Kuhn, skating number 368, followed by Isabella Chen, Olympia Kazaneka. Sophia the Speedy in fourth. Carolyn Turkmeyer and Olympia Kazaneka currently in sixth, with Tatiana Pompton in seventh position. 8 laps to go into this 1500 meter A final. Coaches seeing some movement, calling for their skaters to defend or even perhaps to make an attack of their own. Olympia Kazaneka moves up the inside. Skater 314, which is Tiffany Zhang, creates a move by moving up on the inside as well to take first. 6 laps to go into this 1500 meter A final. Olympia Kazaneka comes around the outside, moving into second position. Hands still on her back. She is truly relaxing into this 1500 meter A final. Another pass made by Isabella Chen to move into second, and Sasha, the Speedy, makes a move up the inside, holding onto that third position. And now it's a race out in first and second, definitely easy relaxing. And now the true race lies in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Blocked there by Sasha, the Speedy Mentz, preventing skater number 368, Sophia Kuhn, from making a move. 2 laps to go into this 1500 meter. Olympia Kazaneka has truly dropped the pace. 1 lap to go for all races here. Currently, skater Sasha Mensha, the Speedy, is trying to hold off, I believe that is Sophia Kuhn, from coming around in the final corner of this 1500 meter A final. Brilliant effort by all these ladies here today. With, I believe, 1 lap remaining for Tatiana Pompton. And she comes around the finish line. Up next, the Group B men's 1500 meters finals. In our C final, we have Sean Leeper and Robert Tolliver. Races called to the start line. Sean Leeper and Robert Tolliver. With only 2 skaters, it will be a 1 versus 1.
Go to the start. Ready.
It seems like Sean Leeper has decided to take first from Robert Tolliver in this 1500 meter team final. No movements have been made into this 1500 meter C final, coming around with 9 laps to go. Sean Leeper is still in front of Robert Tolliver. Lap times are at 13.09 for Sean. Sean sinking lower and lower into his skating position as he begins to drop down the speed to these lap times. And now there's a movement seeming that Robert Tolliver is tired of Sean Leeper leading out 10 laps of this 1500 meter and begins to create a sizable gap. Now he's starting to hammer it home. Coming around with 3 laps to go, he's dropped the lap times down from 11 seconds into the 9s. Anything can happen in this race still. Someone could catch an edge and slip and fall. I know because it's happened to me once. I had a massive gap and still ate the ice. Coming around to our final bell lap, Robert Tolliver has a good lead on Sean Leeper here. And that will be the end for Robert Tolliver's 1500 meter C final. And Sean Leeper comes in as well. Up next, we have the Group B men's 1500 meter B final. As the skaters are called over in position 1, Vincent Chan, followed by Evan Palladino, Winston Chen, JT Salter, Martel Montes, Ethan Song, and William Wang.
You got to be behind 6. Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off for this B final. It seems like positions were trying to be made there at the start of this 1500 meter C B final. Coming around the outside, skater 417, Marcel Montes. Currently in first place, we have Martel Montes, followed by Ethan Son, JT Salter, Vincent Chan, William Wang, Evan Palladino. Seems like there's been some movements, though, as a skater from Potomac decides that he wants to take a chance at the front. Number 415, Evan Palladino, currently leading it out for Ethan Son, Winston Chen, JT Salter, Marcel Monson, Vincent Chan. Some more movements happening there. JT takes the easy pass and moves into fourth. Currently, skater 481, Ethan Son, is in first. Seems that there's some movement happening outside passes, inside passes, anyone getting in wherever they can. Trying to, ooh, big forward there. Couple skaters down. JT Salter takes first place right now. Seems like there was a big trip and toe pick by the ice there. Skater 415, Evan Palladino. Now there's only 5 races in this race right now. JT is passed on the inside by skater number 469, Winston Chen. Now it's a battle for first, second, third. There's a little bit of gap opens up between fourth and third. 469, Winston Chen still out in first, followed by JT Saltier, Winston Chen, Martel Montz, all in a big race for first, second, third, and fourth in this B final for the group men's Bs. Seems like there's some movement as an attack comes around on the outside here. JT overtaken, and then another pass on the outside by skater 458, Vincent Chan. And JT unfortunately losing his position and coming around to the final corner of this 1500 meter B final. It is direct 1, 2, and 3. Vincent Chan, Winston Chen, Martel Montez, JT Saltier all finished this race. William Wang, Ethan Son, and Evan Palladino have one more lap. Whistle has been blown and this race comes to a conclusion for the B final in the group men's B 1500 meter final. Up next, we have the A final for the Group B men's 1500 meter number 2. Whistle has been blown, and I will now begin individually introducing all skaters for this A final. In position 1, skater 404, Aiden Liu. In position 2, skater 405, Jonathan Wu from Direct. Position 3, skater 492, Ryan Huang from Potomac. Position 4, skater 491, Daniel the Devious Jin from Direct. And position 5, skater 480, Quinn the Quick Derheimer. I got the nickname right. Position 6, skater 459, Lucas Wu from Potomac. And finally, the Leopards, skater 426, Benjamin Sullivan from Potomac in position 7.
Go to the start. Oh, hold up. Back up.
And the track stewards have finished cleaning the ice, preparing for this A final 1500 meter.
Stay close. All right, 5, slide towards this way, 4 this way, you 3 this way. There you go. Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off for the final race in this block of racing. Currently in first is Aiden Liu from Direct. In second, we have skater 405, Jonathan Wu. And Benjamin Sullivan comes around to take the outside pass into first. And then there's movement in the pack a little bit as another skater comes up to take first from Benjamin Sullivan. That will be skater 492, Ryan Huang. Benjamin takes a sneaky move in the inside there through the corner. Very interesting. And out comes devious Daniel Jin into first, taking the lead from Benjamin Sullivan. More yelling from the coaches as Benjamin Sullivan takes the inside pass off of Daniel Jin into first. It's definitely a race for who wants to be in first right now between the top 3 skaters right now. Currently, the skaters are already hitting into the mid 9-second laps. And Daniel Jin takes a pass up the inside to take the lead from Benjamin Sullivan. In first, we have Daniel Jin, followed by Benjamin Sullivan, Lucas Wu, Aiden Liu, Jonathan Wu, Ryan Huang, and Quinn is currently sitting in last position. But he makes a move up the inside to take that 6th position away. Benjamin Sullivan once again making a move into the inside into first, and it's come around with 5 laps to go. Devious Daniel is not willing to let him get too far out in front and hangs on tight. Currently, there's a gap opening up between all the different places. Benjamin Sullivan still out in first, followed by Devious Daniel, Lucas Wu, and Aiden Liu. And then there's a move on the inside there by Quinn fighting for 4th position. Benjamin is starting to really hammer around with 2 laps to go in this 1500 meter A final for the Group B men's. Coming around the final lap, and we have Daniel the Devious Jin in second, followed by the Leopard Benjamin Sullivan. Tries to make a move, but cannot stick it. Lucas Wu currently, and there's a little bit of slip there by Aiden Liu to come in 4th position. Currently, the unofficial timings was Benjamin Sullivan in first, followed by Daniel the Devious Jin, Lucas Wu, Aiden Liu, Quinn Derheimer, Jonathan Wu, and Ryan Huang in last position. With that, we have concluded the final race of this block. Racing will begin at 4:07. I repeat, racing will begin at 4:07 with the Group A Men C final. As the track is getting put down, we're about a minute away from starting our next set of racing. In the semifinals, stepping onto the ice now is Brandon Liao, Edwin Sweeney, Ethan Hess, Aaron Liu, Gabe the Babe Hasselback, and Julius Kazanecki.
What?
A big thank you to our incredible volunteers. Your time and dedication make these races possible and give our athletes the chance to chase their dreams.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off to a slow start for this 1500 meter C final. Currently in the lead, we have Gabe the Babe Hasselback, Ethan Hess, move up the inside by Edwin Sweeney to take first. Brandon Liao is in fourth, Julius Kazanecki in fifth, and Aaron Liu currently sitting in sixth position. Pace slowly starting to pick up as these skaters come around with 10 laps to go in this 1500 meter semifinal. Pace is being dropped down from 50 seconds to the mid-10s. Pace is being picked up again as Edwin Sweeney hears something happening behind him. 9 laps to go into this 1500 meter C final. Gabriel Hasselback misjudges speed a little bit and comes too close up to Edwin Sweeney. Edwin Sweeney once again making another pace increase, trying to hold off all the skaters from making moves. Currently sitting in the low 10-second laps, Edwin Sweeney still out in front. No other moves have been made. And now there's a little bit of a contact there, and it seems like it's opened it up for Julius Kazanecki to go from 5th to 2nd in a single lap. And it makes it into first now, passing Edwin Sweeney on the inside. Brandon Liao making some movements as well. It's coming around the outside from 5th into now 3rd. Julius Kazanecki holding a comfortable pace out in first here with 3 laps to go. Brandon Liao comes on the inside there, taking second from Edwin Sweeney. Now Ethan Hess moves up as well, up the inside, takes that third position. Finally, Aaron Liu with 1 lap to go. Julius Kazanecki with a comfortable lead out in front. Chasing down him is Brandon Liao. Ethan Hess in third. Aaron Liu coming around, taking third from Ethan Hess in the final lap, followed by Gade the Babe and Edwin Sweeney coming in 6th. Up next, we have the B final for the Group A Women's 1500 meter. In this B final, we have Cindy Zhang, Selena Su, Michelle Yi, Eliza Roadhamel, and Samantha Scheffler.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this 1500 meter B final for the Group A Women's. Currently in the lead is Selena Su, followed by Cindy Zhang, Michelle Yi, Eliza Roadhamel, and Samantha Scheffler. First lap is a 16.4 set by Selena Su out in front. Little bit of looking around here by Cindy, checking where everyone else is in the pack. Lap time slowly coming down once again as we move into the 9th lap remaining for this 1500 meter B final. Selena Su still out in front, picking up the pace a little bit with the 2 out and 4 shuffles down the straight. Pivoting, dropping the hand, seems like Selena Su is starting to pick up the pace, hoping to keep it fast enough where everyone else behind her tires out and is unable to make a pass at the very end. Still no movement other than picking up the speed. Selena Su still out in front, followed by Cindy, Michelle, Elizabeth, and Samantha Scheffler. Selena Su now starting to hammer, hoping to keep in front for the 5 remaining laps of this 1500 meters B final. Move up the inside by Michelle Yi, bumps and little bit of knock there. Cindy loses a lot of speed. Eliza comes up the outside, defended by Michelle, but moving a little bit wide. Move up the inside by Cindy, both going to the corners, turns by Eliza. Eliza currently out in front. Michelle Yi trying to move up into second on the outside. And then coming around, it seems like they're shoulder to shoulder. Moves back a little bit by Eliza. Michelle currently in first, followed by Eliza, Sue, and Samantha Scheffler, and Cindy Zhang at the very back. Coming into this bell lap final corner, who will take it first in the B final? It seems to be Michelle Yi, followed by Eliza, Serena Sue, Samantha Scheffler, and finally Cindy Zhang. Up next, we have the A final for the Group A Women's 1500 meter. Beginning with the A final, in position 1, skater 302, Huge Dog Corin Stoddard. In position 2, skater 312, Grace Lee from Puget Sound. In position 3, skater 345, Cameron the Bard Lute. In position 4, skater 324, Una the Rodent Wilholt. In position 5, skater 323, Eunice the Ethereal Lee. And in position 6, skater 334, Julie the Mini Munchkin Latai. And finally, to round out our all-star lineup, in position 7, skater 389, Louisiana Stahl. Lots of love for these ladies. Let's see how this 1500 meter A final goes.
Go to the start. Red line, ladies. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this 1500 meter A final. It seems like there's a little bit of a misinterpretation of where the start line was, but that's fine. It happens. Skaters looking around, bunched up a little bit for this 1500 meter A final. Doesn't seem like anyone in particular wants to stay into the first position here. Position still shifting around a little bit in this 1500 meter A final. 12 laps to go. No one seems to really want to take the front. People are still moving around. Everyone is trying to get within that kind of middle of the pack. No one truly wants to lead it, but no one else truly wants to be at the back either. Pace picks up a little bit as Corin Stoddard looks to our outside. Coming around is Cameron the Bard Lute, followed by Mini Munchkin Julie Latai in second. Louisiana Styles seems content to sit in third right now. Corin Stoddard has moved 3 places back into fourth right now. Pace is still relatively slow as the positioning plays more of importance here so early into the 1500 meter with 9 laps to go for these ladies. We have Coach Lee in the coach's box right now talking to her skaters, hoping for something to happen. In the front now, we have Eunice the Ethereal Lee, followed by Cameron the Bard Lute, Mini Munchkin Julie Latai, and there's movement coming around now. There's a little bit of a bunch up. There's a 3 wide in the straight. Corin's, there's multiple skaters down. 3, 4, 5 skaters down in this 1500 meter. And there seems to be someone still stuck in the pads. I believe that is Corin Stoddard. Big fall there by 5 skaters. Unsure of who caused the initial contact there. And Corin Stoddard finally up. Looking at the replay, it looks like Julie attempted to make a move there, hitting Cameron Lute. And then Julie Latai is the first to fall, taking out Corin Stoddard, Eunice Lee. Cameron is swept out from underneath her by Eunice Lee, and Cameron takes down Louisiana Stahl. Big pile up there. Very unfortunate, but I'm happy to see all the skaters up and about now. Hopefully nothing is broken and they're all fine to continue racing. Skaters still taking a couple of seconds to breathe, relax, get back into the competitive mindset. Coaches checking blades, make sure everything's okay. Track stewards checking the ice to make sure that it's in a skatable condition for this 1500 meter A final. To all the watchers on YouTube, all skaters are currently up and alive. No need to worry about any deaths or broken bones. Currently, we're just waiting for one skater still on the pads getting their blades checked. Whistle has been blown for this 1500 meter A final restart for the Group A Women's. All these ladies showing their mental strength by stepping back on the ice even after such a scary fall.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off for this 1500 meter A final after a scary crash involving 5 skaters. All of them are still on the ice and still alive, except for Julie Latai, I believe. Out in front right now is Corey Huge Dog Stoddard, followed by Eunice the Ethereal Lee. Third position is currently being contested by Louisiana Stahl, followed by Grace Lee, Cameron the Bard Loot. Movement in the pack, speed is picking up. Una the Ronan Wilhort is still currently in 6th position. Cameron the Bard Loot takes the position from Corey into 1st place. Coming around, they have 9.5 laps to go, hitting into the middle 10-second laps times. Movement by Corin, willing to take 1st position again. Looks like Eunice Lee is taking that 1st place position from Corin as well now. Currently it is Eunice, and Corin Stoddard takes an easy move up the inside of Corin Stoddard there. And then there's more movement as it looks like Louisiana Style is attempting to make a move up the outside. Eunice Lee desperately trying to track her here, preventing her from moving in. And Louisiana Style looks to have made some space for herself there into 3rd position. Cameron Lute pushed 2 positions back into the last. Currently it is Corin Stoddard, followed by Eunice Lee. Louisiana Style, Grace Lee, Una the Ronan Wilhort, and Cameron the Bard Lute. Coming around with 5 laps to go in this 1500 meter A final for the Group A Women's. Corin is now starting to pick up the pace a little bit, dropping a gear and saying, see you later to those in 2nd and 3rd. Eunice Lee currently in 2nd. Louisiana Style hoping to make a move. With 2 laps to go in this 1500 meter, can she build up the speed and hopefully skate a good track? Bell lap, Corin started all the way out in front. Louisiana Style makes the pass on the inside. Eunice Lee dropping out the pack. Cameron the Bard Luke comes around. Eunice Lee is down, and it'll be Cameron the Bard Luke. Una the Ronan Wilhort sliding into the finish line there. What an exciting finish to the 1500 meter A final. Looking at the results, it's currently Corin Stoddard in 1st, Cameron the Bard Lute. But I believe Eunice Lee is not stood up after falling into the pads in the final lap there. Congratulations to all the ladies for such an exciting race here. Currently, Eunice Lee is still unaccounted for. There she goes. Now she's up and about. And as Eunice Lee comes across the finish line, that will come to conclude our 1500 meter A final for the Group A Women's. Exciting race there in the last 2 laps. Cameron coming from behind to secure the 2nd place in this 1500 meter A final. Up next in our Group A men's 1500 meter B final. In position 1, Justin Liu, followed by Wesley Jones, Noah Trippy Troppy Trope, Jonathan Kakashi So, Caleb Park, Ryan the Chef Shane, and Albert the Maestro Jong. In the previous race, we had a penalty for skater 389, Julie Latai. In the straight, lane change from outside to in. In the previous race, we also had another penalty. Skater 389, Louisiana style, for in the corner arm block.
Good. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for the B final in the 1500 meter Group A men's. Not many know this, but Jonathan So is actually my twin brother. We both have the buzz cut. Coming around 12 laps to go, Justin Liu takes the lead off of Wesley Indiana Jones Jonesy. Currently in second is Noah Trippy Choppy Trope. And up the inside, Jonathan So makes a move into first, taking it off of Justin Liu. Ryan Shane currently sitting in 5th position, comfortable to stay there for the beginning laps of this 1500 meter B final. Albert the Maestro Jong still sitting in 6th, not making a move. Movement comes up as, ooh, there's a beautiful move from 4th to 1st there by Wesley Jonesy. Currently, Jonathan So sits in 2nd, makes a move up the inside to retake that 1st position. Movement's been making. Ryan Shane comes around the outside to follow, hopefully to make it in 1st. Ryan Shane coming around now, and we're heading into the 9.0 second lap time. Oh, big fall by Noah Trippy Troppy Trope there. And now currently out in 1st is Jonathan So, followed by Ryan the Chef Shane, hopefully cooking up another victory in this B final. Albert the Maestro Jong currently in 3rd, followed by Wesley Indiana Jonesy Jones. Coming around with 5 laps to go in this 1500 meter B final. Albert trying to make a move, but Ryan shuts him down. Jonesy up the inside of the Maestro, coming around 3rd position. Unfortunately, off the pack, Justin Liu seems to have blown a gasket. Jonathan So is still leading out the pack for this B final in the 1500 meter Open A's men's. And Wesley Jones trying to make a move on Ryan Shane, seeing if he can find the, oh, beautiful track there by Jonathan So as he goes deep, blocks Wesley from making a move. Jonathan So comes around for the bell lap, seeing if he can hold Ryan Shane off for this last little bit. Putting his hands on his legs, this is truly painful. And comes around Jonathan, my twin So, Ryan the Chef Shane, cooking up a 2nd place in the men's B final. Wesley Jonesy Jones, followed by Maestro Albert, Justin Liu, and Noah Trippy Troppy Trope. Unfortunate fall there by Noah I believe he ran into Ryan Shane there. One more lap for Noah until he completes this 1500 meter B final. Up next, we have the Group A men's 1500 meter A final. I just realized, but I apologize, Caleb Park did not race the B final in the 1500 meter previous race. I will now be announcing the men skating in this 1500 meter A final. In position 1, skater 489, Clayton the Italian Stallion Di Clemente. In position 2, skater 413, Marcus the Slab Howard. In position 3, skater 446, Sungmin Kwan from Potomac. The monarch of motion himself in position 4, skater 435, Brandon Kim. In position 5, skater 403, Wesley Park from Direct. In position 6, skater 402, Andrew the Handsome Hio. And in position 7, pretty fry for a Schwei guy, Sean Schwei, skater 425. You can see the nerve on all of these skaters' face. Let's see how it plays out.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off in this 1500 meter A final for the Group A men's. Currently in first position, we have Clayton Di Clemente, followed by Brandon Kim, Sungmin Kwan, Andrew Hio, Marcus Howard, Sean Schwei, and Wesley Park bringing it up in the very back. Skaters, a little bit of pushing and shoving so early, only one lap down into this 1500 meter A final. Brandon Kim taking the lead out from Clayton DiClemente, but three skaters come through. Clayton DiClemente not lucking, sitting back there in the 4th position. Ooh, and there's a push and a fall, but luckily Wesley Park is still able to keep on. The pace does not pick up fast enough for him to lose that much ground. What an incredible show of agility and core strength there by Wesley Park himself. Andrew here coming around into 1st place with 9 laps to go in this 1500 meter A final. Marcus Howard, a little bit of bump there between Marcus Howard and Andrew Hero. Marcus Howard does not come around, but Brandon Kim is not letting him back into the pack. He's going to have to make a decision whether to come back in or come to the 1st place. Clayton DiClemente, however, now out in front of Andrew Hero, Marcus Howard, Brandon Kim, Sean Shuai, Sungmin Kwon, and Wesley Park. Wesley Park definitely has a tough race ahead of him after a bump like that. They're able to catch up onto the pack because they weren't moving too fast, but there's still some time left before the end of this race with 5 laps remaining in this 1500. Sean Shuai makes a move up the inside of Marcus Howard. Marcus Howard has a little bit of a slip, but definitely still working hard. Coming around, Andrew Hero is in 1st, followed by Clayton DiClemente. Sean Shuai, movement up the inside by Sungmin Kwon to overtake Marcus Howard there. Still coming around, 3 laps to go. Andrew Hero still out in 1st, followed by Clayton DiClemente, Sean Shuai, Brandon Kim. Brandon Kim still relaxing in the back there. Maybe he'll be able to pick off, but Sean Shuai throws a track on him to prevent him from bouncing. Sean already pivoting, and 1 lap to go. He's going moving hard. Andrew Hero still out in front. Clayton, a little bit of slip there. DiClemente taking advantage of it. Clayton comes around. It will be 1st for Clayton, the Italian. DiClemente. In 2nd, there's Andrew the Handsome Hero. 3rd, it looks like Brandon the Monarch of Motion Kim, followed by Sean Shuai, Sungmin Kwon, Wesley Park, and Marcus Howard. Brilliant racing by all the men on the ice here today. And that will conclude today's racing. Please stick around for the awards ceremony for both the group, for all of the skaters involved. Sorry, not all the skaters, for all the finalists.